Or I lose this fucking stream. We're not even back up on YouTube yet. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't see YouTube up. Here we go. All right, here we go. That works. Sorry about that. I lost the stream there for a minute. I apologize. Last known buyers. Sorry about that. I apologize for the disruption in service there for a moment. Let's see what Wall Street Bets is doing right now. The shit that I read last night, man. Whew, there was some cope in there. Premature bull celebration. Hold on here. I gotta see some of these posts that I'm reading. All right, let's get back to reality now. You know what was really good yesterday? Buying that fucking dip and making 300%. That was pretty nice yesterday. It was a nice, easy trade. Oh, God, are we going to finally flush out all the bulls on Bitcoin? Am I going to get my 8250? Bitcoin trading 87,442. I've been waiting for 82,500 for like maybe 2 months now. Here, hold on a second. I think I might load Bitcoin for the first time in a long time. I want my bicycle. I want my bicycle. I want to buy 82,528. We're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there. Hold on here. 82,448. I don't know if we can get it. We're pretty close right now. No, it's gonna bounce from. I've got it bouncing at 82448, and I've got it trading to 130K. That's a pretty good rip right there. I'll take it. I'm gonna take that risk. I'm not gonna buy it all, of course, but I'm buying it. As a matter of fact, it could. Well, no, yeah. Hold on here. Let's check this here. Hold on. There could be. I'll tell you a few things on if you're interested in Bitcoin. Okay. If you're interested in Bitcoin, we broke through support at 89,619. From here down to 82448, it could become violent to the upside. We're fairly close where we are right now to a bottom. So I'm going to give you your first target, okay? It's 86,461. 86,461. Between there and like 82,448-ish, somewhere in there, I'm going to start accumulating. I want you to know that out there. I am going to be buying Bitcoin. I was told stop shitting on people this morning. I'm shitting on you right now. I told you 82 fucking 50. You fucking early buyers. And now your shit's on fire. And I'm going to shit on you when it goes to 132 and you're buying the top. So Bitcoin coming into an area of interest. It actually is right now like 86,640 down to roughly 82,448. A place that you could probably do what? Buy with confidence and not worry what happens. I wouldn't go 100% in, but if you've got like, 10 grand or something, you start at like 3 or something like that and start working your way into it. You do probably wait a little bit for a confirmed bounce, and it could be down there consolidating for a minute, but start getting interested. If you trade like the triple leverage shit, I wanted to do that, but I don't think I have the time to do it. It'd be kind of a neat thing to do for the holidays. If the markets are closed, you can kind of get long on Bitcoin and trade that, or trade a related triple leveraged option or some shit like that on that stock, on that that shit coin. Excuse me. But it's coming into a place where there's going to be a whole lot of shaking going on. Now, on that bounce, it still needs to back test for an upside move. Now, there's likely, I think this is an inverted cup and handle. I know that a lot of people like to call Head and Shoulders. I hate them. I'm not a fan of Head and Shoulders at all. I don't like them. I do like the cup and handle, but I hate the Head and Shoulders. That could be just a completed upside down. So I'm not a fan of that Head and Shoulders shit. But anyways, even if it is a Head and Shoulders, you're likely still going to get some kind of a jump higher between here and 82.48. I would say don't buy that dip if we break below 76,000 or something like that. Or you could still buy it; it would still bounce. It's not just going to shank to the depths of hell. It would likely bounce to like 76 and then come back up, and they would close the door at 100,000. Personally, I'm looking for about 130. About 130,000. Yeah, last known buyers on SPY are gone. So this is your group that bought for the trade yesterday. You know all those bulls that told you that we're never coming back here? They're gone. They're all gone. You know the bulls that told you that checks notes here, bear market over? They're not here buying the dip. They're gone too. They left. They said they were sticking around. They told you, let me check my notes here. They told you that, what is this here? I thought it's like a weekly or something. You know, the ones that told you bear market canceled? Checking my notes. Those guys. They're upset now too. They're like, don't shit on us, bro. We were telling everybody the bear market was over to go long, and now all their accounts are on fire. Don't get mad at us for their accounts being on fire. I know one person that made money yesterday. There's 51. David AMS made money on yesterday's ER trade. He gave entries and exits. I'd call that a win. Oh, God, yeah, come on down there. I think I gave you 652 and 650 as the next target. You know what the weird thing is about VIX is once we smash the VIX after VIXpiration, we tend to have another big VIX day. So what happens is we either kill or squeeze the VIX, and then we need another VIX high to start a holiday rally. The VIX is now at VIX had a high. VIX 9-day hit a high of 26.92 just now. I have a target on VIX 9-day of 31.88. 1 second here, guys. Sorry, I'm posting to doggone it right now. We're coming into we're at the bottom of the market, but we've got like bottom of range shit to deal with. Bottom of range is 652, 650. That's this one right here. And then there's one more below it. I don't think we can hit that lower one until after OPEX, personally. I don't think we're going to hit that one until like month end. This is pretty close, I think, to bottom right now. I'm about to get long here. There may be one more dribble down here, but this is pretty much, I think, bottom until after OPEX. We could come back and hit one more, like 43, 46. I don't think we can get down there before OPEX. I think only in month end will we get enough of an unclench to get down there and freak everybody out. That would be the second vol spike that we need to move higher into the end of the year, if we even do. These are the last known buyers from, remember we're on a 1 minute chart here too. So, like someone just said, we blasted through. This is a 1 minute chart. You open this up on an hourly basis and it looks like a tick. So we're still on the last known buyers right now. And indubitably, we're still there with those guys. Don't count these last known buyers out here for on a 1 minute chart, blasting through them. Yeah, don't short strength. We should start turning here in a few moments, or a spike down and start turning. This is fairly close to what I think is bottom until after OpEx. It's fairly fucking close. There's still. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. Kind of like see this. I don't know if you can see this, but where we get so caught up in I don't want to. I hate having to. Every time I fucking. There we go. I hate having to redraw all this stuff. So just for a little bit of awareness, there's a few things for you to see here. Okay. We have not made a new low. Do you see it right here? There's your low. We have not made a new low. These guys are still here buying. That's why I say don't count these people out. I think I've already shown you this 3 or 4 times. I think I've said it till I'm red in the face at this point. I was looking for this 640 this down here to get this cleaned up. This gap right here. Shit. Now we don't have to hit this, but I want to show you how close we are to it. I mean, we're talking about, you know, we're talking about hand grenades and horseshoes here. If you throw a hand grenade in this vicinity, it's pretty fucking close. Doggone it, if you're watching. We've already hit our low. It's right here. This is our low. But there's something called there's something called bottom of the range. And so what happens is you get accumulation in here in more of like a range. This could literally take first week of December. It's more like right here. I mean, I'd like to see this be bottom, but we're not in the beginning of a bull run. We're at the top of velocity prior or contrary to an up day. So we're kind of like, it's kind of like right here. I don't know if that helps you out there or not, but this was the bottom strike. This is the last low right here. This is where I'd like to buy, right, or not right here. I'd like to add somewhere down here. Buy some fucking longs if I can. I don't know if we can scrape all that either. This could be the bottom right here. My other thought was that after OpEx, we could potentially get down here and then ricochet up. So you kind of like park 670 into tomorrow, right? And then we actually can open the doors to down here. What happens is we get that we get gamma that rolls off the market. It allows it to move a little bit more freely until new options come into the market. Then we get wound up again into quarterly OpEx. Just note that it's down there. Jesus Christ. They want $1 fucking 24 for calls for tomorrow? Fuck no. That's why I hate this shit. All right, 10. I'll do 10. And how many strikes out of... We're trading $6.59 and they're $1.28 for tomorrow? Fuck on out of here. I bought the calls. I didn't buy a lot of them. I bought 10 of them. I bought 670s. I probably should have bought 68s, but I'll try to jump out of them if I can. If I start getting eaten alive in this fucking thing, I'll turn them off. I should have got like 68s or something, because these will be probably worthless tomorrow. You know what? I think I'm going to get out of them right now. I think I'm going to try to get out of them right now. I just got out of them. I got out of them. I ain't fucking. I ain't getting eaten alive in those. Like these are like they're fucking 17 deltas, and they're how many dollars away? $12 away. No, thank you. Let me see if I can get a call spread instead. Don't go anywhere. Wait for me, bro. What is the call spread for tomorrow? These things are rich as fuck. $660, $670. Ooh. I just have to be above 660. No, 668. Let's be above 668. It's pretty good. Ooh. If the 660, 665 only has to close above 664 to make me money. 652 maybe. Can I do 652, 660? So that's a good one too. No, I got to be above 660 on that one. And that's a tough one too. It's hard to make any money here. Ooh, that one's not bad. Yeah, it costs a lot of money. It's a 650, 655C. If I hold it until 4 p.m. tomorrow, it'll print me $130. Not that bad. I think that's there's some call spreads in here that are print pretty well. I like the idea of a spread here more than any straight call. I'm looking at the calls right now. They're very rich. There's a lot of money on these calls for tomorrow. So like the calls that are inside, if you look at the chain for tomorrow, those things are going to get fucking annihilated. They're going to get eaten alive. So just stop what you're doing right now. You just like look at the call chain for tomorrow. okay, 1 day from today, and you look at like a 670 call, that's fucking $13 away, and it costs $1.10. You don't think that's a little expensive? A 30 delta is what? A 32 delta is 665. Yeah, so 665 is a 30 delta call for tomorrow costs $2.47. And we have not turned around here. This looks like it's fat from spreads. I'm gonna hold off here. I already told you options go to die, and these options are fat as fuck. These things should be like worthless right now. There's some kind of a someone owns that option already, right? Somebody thinks they're going to be saved into the end of the quarter or the end of the month or end of OPEX. Makes it a little bit smaller just so we can see through it. We're so goddamn close. What are calls costing right now? I got to look at a bunch of shit. Maybe I could start buying some. What do I so said January, right? Let me just check this really quick. Hold on here. Let's look at so January. I got some good news here. I think. Check this really quick. I gotta go check OI out in January and December really quick. When is December OPEX? I gotta see if anyone's still has calls out there. December 19th. December 19th. See what those fucks are doing out there. Let's look at 700s. Holy shit, open interest is dumped. December 19th, not much open interest. Let's check the 26th, then 700. Oh, the fucking bulls are scared shitless. They're lying. Dude, there's no fucking bid on December 26th, 700C. There's no fucking bid. December 31st. There's no bid on December 31st, 700C. You guys have lost all hope. You guys are lying. You guys are telling me fucking fibs. Bro, we're only going up. I'm like, I don't know, man. There's no 700 calls out there. So there's no more calls on Jan 16 anymore. We can find out, you know. It's not like we can't find out. Let's look at 700 January 30th. Dude, there's no fucking calls on that fucking strike either. You guys are goddamn liars. We're almost there. We're almost ready for a turn. I'll be honest with you. They are hiding up there at 6850. They said they weren't, but they are. They don't actually think we're going to 700. Holy shit. I'm shocked at this. I'm pretty impressed here. Like I'm shocked that there isn't a January 30 bid on 700. I really am. I'm actually shocked at that. I'm like kind of crazy shocked that there's no fucking bid. I mean, January 30 is good time. Like, what are you guys doing? February 20th is the next OpEx. And 700. That has no bid either. We're ready to go up, dudes. We're ready to go up. This is where the doom comes in. I'm kind of impressed here. I might be the only motherfucker that owns goddamn calls out there. There's not that much bid out there. I might be. I want to say like some of those me. I'm looking right now. That fucking like the December OpEx, December 31st, January was loaded with fucking calls. They're all gone. I'm pretty impressed. I'm actually kind of shocked that there's so much gamma on, still net gamma on 7000C. I wonder if a bunch of that shit will blow off tomorrow on Monday. That'd be kind of nice if a lot of that 7,000 will register as being gone. I'm wondering now. I think that's bottom right there. I actually think that's bottom in all honesty. Not lying. I wasn't paying attention. Let's start getting some calls here. I think that was actual bottom. That might be. Give me a second here. Just want to check something. How much deeper do we have to go? We're fairly close, aren't we? I'll wait. I'll be patient. I'm going to be patient here. I looked at calls for tomorrow. Those looked like dog shit. I looked at calls for the end of the year. Those are looking better. It's improving. Let me just check CTAs and vol control. CTAs are turning into sellers right now, but nothing committed. Vol control is kind of flattish. I don't want to buy anything for December just yet. Like February 20th, 700 Cs are only, there's $7.88. That's fairly cheap. There's no OI. We probably need to create the one thing that, like, I'm afraid of two things. Like, I think this is bottom. This or this is bottom. But then you like go into OpEx, right? And what you do is you create that fear. That's where the problem comes in, because dealers would chase that fear down until they're done buying. That's how I think we hit 46. Once they're done, we get the delta hedging effect. We start cranking at the end of the year. So we probably need to come down just a little bit more, but I don't know if we can get down there until we create some more fear. This is a hard place to take a trade. I think I'm early. I don't think I'm wrong. I just think I'm early. I don't. The reason I think I'm early is because of how fat the chain is for tomorrow. We could just park here and grind it and then lift up at the end of the day. We just eat options all day long. Just chew on them. If you can sell calls here, I would. I'd sell calls and then close them out like sometime tomorrow. They're expensive as fuck right now. Like 1 day calls and tomorrow expensive. Yeah, I don't think we can flush it just yet. We might be able to flush this. We might be able to flush this. But I just don't think we're gonna hit that. I think we hit that after OpEx. Whew. I'm gonna chaw in. Yeah, we can talk, Spy. What do you want to talk? That's what I'm talking about right now. Traveling Taya, how are you? What would you like to talk about, Spy? We're talking about it in the Discord. So my conversation is with other people. What would you like to talk about? What would you like to know? We're talking about it right now. Give me a minute here. I'm going to read some stuff. Hey, traveling. You wrote that while I was talking about Bitcoin. I was talking about Bitcoin because I've been wanting to buy Bitcoin, and I've been told it's not going down there for like a month now. And I thought I missed it yesterday or the day before. And we were discussing it in the Discord last night, and I said, I know I saw the bounce sign 89, and I was like, fuck, I'm going to miss Bitcoin. If I don't hit the target that I want, I won't buy it. And it's coming down right now, so I'm getting a little giddy. I don't normally trade shitcoin, not shitcoins, but like shitcoin. I don't trade fake money, but sometimes I do. If we can shake out all those bulls, I do. The problem with Bitcoin is those bulls are worse than stock market bulls. They're true believers. They're the worst kind. They're like Marines. Like you like talk to a soldier and they'll be like, nah, man, I'll wait. Talk to a Marine, they're like, I'll charge any hill in front of me. They don't care if there's like bullets raining down. They're like the first in. So you can't really beat the believer out of a Marine, can you? So you got to wait until they're all banged up pretty good to go in there and try to buy with them. Thanks, Traveling Taya. Yeah, I appreciate that. And it sucks. It sucks because they get yelled at by people. And then when things go the way I said they would, they get mad at me again. I can't win. There's no winning for me. So let's talk SPY. We're in the OPEX cycle. We're at bottom. There's a couple bottoms though. There's three of them. We're already at bottom. What we need to do here is we kind of need to have some capitulation, kill some options for OPEX. Free up the market a little bit to maybe get down and trade 46 to 43, maybe next week. We need to I don't know how to do this, but we need people leaving for Thanksgiving up fearful and not thinking we're going up. We also need them to buy what? What do we need? What do they call it? They call it put fuel, call fuel. We need people loaded to the tits with puts, but not sell equities. It's a hard balance. You want people to be hedged in fear, but not actually sell. And we're at the end of the year where people naturally sell. So it's a hard thing to not fuck up, because there are people that'll say, you know what? I'm going on Thanksgiving. I'm going to go skiing for Christmas. I'm going to go to New Year's. I'm going to come back in the spring, and I'll see where we are. Those are normally people that buy stonk and try to take profit. Like I buy SPY, I sell options, but I get out every year or wherever I think maybe a top is. So you got to be careful of those people. It's not like we're at the bottom of velocity at every time frame, and at the bottom of a spring correction at the start of a new year or at the end of a year. So that does matter. Also, we get freedom of movement after today. We get more movement after the end of the month, and we also have a holiday next week. So today is only Thursday. It's early in the week, right? And we go into Friday, and then next week, 21st, 22nd, 24th, 25th are the first 2 days before Thanksgiving. You'll see people leave the market. I have to go shopping this weekend for Thanksgiving. I'm sure I'm going to go to Whole Foods. I'm going to go to Trader Joe's, and it's going to be overrun with people. I'm going to go to the markets. We have like a big thing called Eastern Market. It's going to be crazy. And so people are going to get wrapped up in all these other things that they're doing, and they don't want to think about the stock market. So if there was a time for us to rip, it's probably in those time periods when people leave, they're hedged, and they're on vacation. Market can go up. But where is bottom? It's close. But the other issue here is OI, option interest. As people leave the market, There's no OI left in these options. So you can be directionally right, but not the price of that option. Hold on one quick second. I'll be right back. One more second. I'm sorry to keep interrupting. All right, I'm back. I had to get a cup here. Like, needed to spit. I didn't have a spit cup, so I just got a solo cup. Give me one quick second here. I'm going to read this. This guy's a fucking scammer here. Goolsby saying for inflation, we've set a 2% target and 3% is too high. We already hit 2%. How many times does he want to hit it? It's called the Taylor? Is it called the Taylor method or something? I'm looking at it right now. So here, hold on a second here. I've got the calculator right in front of me. We're at, for PCE, we're at 2.05%. I just posted this on Twitter. I just fucking calculated PCE. We hit 2.05%. I don't know what the fuck they want. We hit the target. So I don't know how much more they want with hitting their target inflation. They did it. They hit their preferred measure of inflation, 2.05%. And so they're just talking shit now. I don't mind when they talk out of their, like, I don't mind when they give both sides, but when they say things that are just blatantly fucking false, and you, of course, don't ever look it up. I know that. The masses don't do that. I get it. I understand. I understand, truly. But the fact that nobody looks it up and finds out that all of a sudden, yeah, we actually fucking did hit our 2% target. We hit 2.05, and I think at one point we're actually under it. I think there was like a couple months ago, I think we might have hit like 1.65 or 1.85. We actually went under for a minute. And that's when people were yelling about disinflation. So, again, just lies, bullshit. These are the same fucks that were just busted insider trading. A whole slew of them, like 4 of them, have been accused of insider trading recently. And I don't really mind them like talking out of both sides of their mouths. They don't normally say full on lies, but this past 2 weeks, I've heard them say shit that was pure bullshit. $100%. Hold on. Yeah, we got to trap more bears first. I agree. We need more suckers down here buying puts and crash puts and all that stuff. I'm with you on that, Haikudo. Putting around now. Get a little bit of another little bat wing thing going on over here. Go up here if you want. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Guess they're not going to give me my my call bind just yet. Wish I moved that down over there maybe. And scrape just a little bit more. I think we just took out the low. Just a note to you, we took out the low from the 18th. Same last known buyers right here. Please just send us down. Just do it all right. I don't think we're going to get it right now. I think they're going to make us suffer until the last fucking minute. That's the one that I want right there. Just a note, there's a new low in the market. Yeah, I do too. I want to see like max bearishness. I'm with you, Haiku, all day long, man. Dude, I'll like all your shit, dude. Like, I'm ready for this. 100%. This point, like goat, like for real. 100%. Fire. You get all the likes today, man. Last known buyers, our half hour trigger crossing above. I had to put a bunch of swears in there too, a bunch of F bombs. I usually don't mind the fucking clowns at the Fed speaking out of both sides of their mouths, but when they fucking bold face lie, they should be called out. And Goolsby is not the only offender the last 2 weeks. Look at that. Big rip down, curve. Can I get one more leg down? Put some fucking fear in him, man. BLS employment situation scheduled to December 5th. Will be released December 16th. Zelensky has officially received the U.S. peace plan for Ukraine. Yeah, they're not giving them anything. Well, sir. Sorry, I'm reading a bunch of stuff here in the background, guys. I'm trying to catch up here. Hang tight here, guys. Hang tight here, guys. I'm posting. If you're a member of our community, I'm posting something very important for you to read inside the Discord right now. What else am I reading here? Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun. I'm looking for the I don't see any of that in here. Trading up to last known buyers now. See if this holds or we go back down again. Calls are going back up on 700 in February. Not a ton of volume in Jan 30. I like that Jan 30 strike still. Just a note to you that I've got a January 30th. I was looking at February. I've got, so just so you know, I've got call spreads on for December 31st. I want to add some shit on for Jan and February. I think my next batch is going to be 700 Cs for Jan 31. I haven't checked yet. I just read a bunch of white papers. Everybody's saying go long here. I gave you a post from Rubner from Citadel inside the Discord if you want to read that. The top line, I gave you the top line. This is the place to start adding for the holiday trade. It's in here somewhere. It's somewhere in here. You know, if we go down here and slam this maybe, or if we get the only concern that I have here, if I had any concern, it's that they like take us down here and just start pounding it for a minute, and they reset options. Because I wanted to buy single options, like I wanted to buy single 700s, but I don't want to buy them right now if they get pounded. They get pounded to dust. I'm gonna be patient. I don't want to be patient. I want to start buying right now. But I'm gonna resist. I'd like to see, like, between now and tomorrow, SPOO's options just get drained and puts get a bunch of value, and then long those calls. I only have 2 more buys. I've already done one, and I want to do the other 2 unless we're either going up already or with a successful back test of the hourly trigger. Or we have some kind of like V-shaped bottom. Like it's either like V-shaped bottom or back test about an hourly trigger above the daily and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to waste my 2 dip buys. I'll be patient here. I'll be patient. You know, this can like make and break a year. What was the question you had about and you have a question about NVDA? Let me see what I did yesterday on it. Hold on here. I'm gonna look at NVDA for you. I like the idea of NVDA. I like the idea of NVDA printing those puts down there. And I don't think they've printed them yet. I think yesterday on the who asked about NVDA? Then I saw someone ask about NVDA. And NVDA is not closed. NVDA this morning has not closed its gap yet. It still has a gap to close at 180. And it hasn't hit the put side yet either. I like flushing Avgo too. I think Avgo is worse than NVDA. It used to be like the trade. Now I always see more option interest in Avgo. Like people think that they're going to counter trade or something in Avgo. We could sit here for like we could literally park here for like today and tomorrow, till like fucking 3:45 or something, and then go vertical. It could be that fucking stupid. Well, that's where I thought we'd get the 43. I figured we'd get like 43 after OPEX and after month end, like December 1st to the 5th. Somewhere in there, we'd sweep back down there just one more time and grab them. And then the other thing too is like, so Rick Rubner's talking about the Christmas rally being still on, but he wasn't more specific either. Like the holiday rally is typically, I thought it was like the first week of January. You figure people want to collect their wins for the next tax year. So they're like in recent history, they've been catching the big prints in like January, February, even March. So I don't know where to put the second and third trade, and I definitely want to see some just looking at tomorrow's call option chain. It's juicy to be eaten. If I was a call seller, I would still be selling those calls right now. They're worth selling. So I keep buying calls. If that's the case, I got to wait a little bit and probably need people getting more fear, a little bit more fear. I'm just going to be patient here. I already told myself that I wouldn't order any more calls unless we went down and hit these numbers. These two right here, I'll just show them to you. Right, I've already have shown them to you, but one's right here and the other one's right here. Those two boxes. If we hit those, call me in. I'm in. I don't even care if we blast through them. I'm in. I'll take anything down here. I mean, we're within a fucking just a few dollars. Well, I guess not. That's $6.59. That's $6.50. That's $10. I mean, that's juicy right there. Yes. That's a dope ass meme there, Demi. More fair, more fair. What else do I have here for you guys? Hold on. You guys want to read something? You guys want to read something about NVIDIA? I got something about NVIDIA here for you. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got no more out. Let's read this. From Goldilocks to Santa. Nomura's market narrative checklist. Having emerged unscathed through two major market clearing events in Thursday morning's payroll and Wednesday night's NVIDIA earnings, sentiment is clearly feeling a little rosier than it has over the past few weeks, with stocks up strongly, extending gains from last night. Now, this is at 10:40 this morning. Of course, what is more important is not what we started, but where we end today, and arguably tomorrow. Listen this close. This is probably pretty good to listen to. Of course, what is more important is not where we started yesterday, but where we end today, and arguably tomorrow, which should provide a useful tell on just how enduring the bounce in overall sentiment may be. And right now we're talking about sentiment, right? I've been talking to you about that for a couple days now, haven't I? Like, you want sentiment to be in the dumpster, but you don't want it enough to have like hedging and real money selling. Like, let's wrap it up. We're out of here. Fuck that. I'll come back in the spring. I don't want any more of this nightmare. Here's my hedge, and I'm exiting the markets. That's bad. Of course, what is more important is not where we started, but where we end today and arguably tomorrow, which should provide a useful tell, and which means also that also implies to be patient. Be patient. With that, or excuse me, would should provide a useful tell just how enduring the bounce in overall sentiment may be. With the so what happens next theme in mind, Nomura's cross-set strategist Charles McElligott lays out his market narrative checklist. Let me post this for you guys really quick, just so you have it here. Damn it. What am I doing here? Stop that. I'll post this for you in the Discord. You want to write that in there, Carlot? I like that. I've always liked that, the Jim James used call lot. Right here. To right here. This is the CJ. This literally is the CJJ used call lot. Right here. Right where we are. Even this bottom right here. This is it too. See that right there? This is all people stepping in buying. Question is, where do you want to buy? Half-hour trigger is going to cross here in the next hour or so. So we'll find out if we get any blood into the close. We'll keep moving this over. I still want a little bit deeper personally. You might not. You guys have to pick for yourselves, make your own trading decisions. You know, we can look back on this and it's not going to be important. If you have an upside, an opinion that we're going up into the end of the year. I do. I think we're going up into the year. I know people are calling me bullish or bearish, but I'm not. I don't know why they're saying that shit. I'm just letting people know that we're in risk off at the moment and that we're distributing as we should at the end of a good year. Now I'm going to read the rest of this too. I want to get this out of the way. This is from Nomura's McGilligot. With the So What Happens Next theme in mind, Nomura's cross-asset strategist, celebrity quant, Charles McGilligot, lays out his narrative checklist. The AI infrastructure build-out will continue to feed the beast. How many times have I told you that? Told you that the bubble is not done. And as a matter of fact, we're probably in the middle of it. We're entering probably the middle phase of the bubble. And there's likely going to be a larger bubble within a bubble coming. That is the epicenter of global risk-taking, risk appetite, positive wealth effect. What does that mean? It means that Charles McGilligot is telling you something important. If something were to blow this market up at this moment in time, it is likely not the data. I think if you read the other note from Rubner, he says the same thing. And I just read a note, I think, from from Goldman and from JPM, and they both said the Fed speak is rhetoric only. It's bullshit. Utter fucking horseshit. And I've been harping on that. The last 2 weeks, I've told you that I don't mind the Fed covering every base. The last 2 weeks has been bold-faced lies. It's literally what's been. Bold-face lies. It's gross. I don't normally see that out of the Fed. I'm assuming this is, Jerome a few weeks ago, last time he spoke, or was it, he said he didn't like how high the stock market was. I think this is the Fed doing that. Jerome doing that. The AI infrastructure build out will continue to feed the beast. That is the epicenter of global risk-taking, risk appetite, positive wealth effect, easing U.S. financial conditions further, and acting as a tailwind, then to consumer sentiment and spending, until further bubble valuation freakout into next quarter, I'm sure. So listen to him. He just said, until further bubble valuation freakout into next quarter. Yesterday, and 2 days ago, or on Monday, I made a post on Twitter and said, they don't want to tell you this. Right? They don't want to freak you out. I actually said freak you out, didn't I? Or something like that. I think that's in that fucking post. And McGilligot saying the same thing this morning. There will be a freak out. They're not going to tell you about it right now. They don't want to panic you right now. So you're going to come into the spring. We're going to get a nice little correction. It's going to be violent. And they're going to freak out and say the bubble's popping. It's not. We just need to cool this shit off a little bit. We literally need to cool off velocity and higher frames. It's that fucking simple. It's not because of hard data. It's not because the bubble's bursting. And if you want the bubble to burst, I think you're un-American. I'll just tell you point blank. You want to see the United States and the West in general fail to the East, to China. They don't give a fuck about bubbles. They will fund that no matter what. So you're not going to see the bubble burst just yet. I think it does burst. I think companies burst along the way. I think there's flat times in that bubble. But to say that we're going to stop investment, bankrupt every company doing the AI thing, you're out of your minds. I'm just plain blank tell you, they will not allow it. The people that make the decisions will not allow it. The financiers, the people that have been in power since the beginning of time, the ultra wealthy, the retail that own 83% of the stock market, they are aware that the build out on AI will not stop until we're at a stalemate with a Cold War or a hot war, one or the other, or we win. That's the nature of humans. It's the nature of the beast. And if we can't do it and another Western nation picks it up, we will help them to do it. We will not stop. The West does not stop. I promise you. I can show you all the history of it. You can look it up yourself. Moving on, Miguel goes on to talk about U.S. tax cuts, fiscal online in 26. For now, getting a sort of Goldilocks relative U.S. economy mix as we continue to emerge from the uncertainty fog that was the initial part of the Trump Tariff 2.0 era, with core PCE now at least with a two-handle upper two, which is within the reaction function shift to inflation range, while the Atlanta Fed GDP now will bet partial inputs for obvious reasons, currently marked up to 4.23%. And you know what he says here? Laugh out loud. What? The stale September NFP surprised to upside and showed better breadth of trend across sectors like construction, retail trade, leisure and hospitality, and state and local government hiring, onto the usual strength in health and education, which paints this, quote, deaf weekend over summer, but coming out with jobs momentum theme in labor. Yet the Fed still has that asymmetrical bias towards easing at first hint of concern, i.e. even with December cut ultimately going to zero, in my humble opinion, the absence of a shock, and regardless of weird action this morning, maybe on the U rate, unemployment rate, we are still one bad print away from resumption of insurance cuts. Color me shocked. You even have Miguel got here telling you, yeah, I know we're all saying no cuts, but it's only going to take literally you just light a firecracker off and you're getting a cut in December. Even just to talk about it. You know, the no cut trade is not no cuts. It's a trade. A trade to cut is a trade. And then you get the actual rate decision. You know, those are all different things. They're not the same. A couple weeks ago, we were on a cut. Now, all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, we're not. We haven't even gotten to the rate decision yet. And you've got the fucking Fed spewing so much utter bullshit. You got the White House that's coincidentally sending out, the economy is great data all at once, and yet withholding all the economy is bad data. Why? I mean, it's so obvious. If you need to pump the market, what do you dump all at once? And you have the chance to do it in a shutdown. You wait until you need it. It's like a mini Fed put. We'll just drop all that right now. The market's about to crash. There you go. Start pamping it again. It's literally like a mini Fed put. And they're still withholding all that data. And even McGilligot admits this right now. I'm with McGilligot on this too. And with the December Fed still tilted to going no cut, in my opinion, as per the still firm data dynamics, it can actually act to further bleed out short-dated rate volatility. Big factor here is what happens to those December and January TY calls. If they keep leaking outside of the money, now I agree with this, that stuff is going to further melt vol too. Although into big U.S. Treasuries rallies, short convexity risk still remains. So what is he telling you? He's telling you that we can go down, but only so far. If you get down too much, Panic at the Disco. Same time as resumption of all these U.S. constructives, China is looking increasingly likely to push into new round of property easing measures, while Japanese lawmakers are proposing greater or less than 161 billion stimulus package. Woohoo! Stimmies for Japan to subsidize. He slashes that out and says counter inflation, and then says LOL. I'm actually starting to fall in love with McGilligan. I got to say that. So McGilligan concludes the pieces are therefore probably what's more of a grinding Santa rally. I just posted a dog dragging his ass across the carpet in the Discord. So McGilligan says the pieces are there for probably what's more of a grinding Santa rally in equities than a ripper. But relief nonetheless, or nevertheless, for all the recent dooming. Again, because we've lost some discretionary risk budget into year end. These are the doomers that tell you that no one's got any money to go long into the end of the year. For all the reasons I've been speaking about in recent weeks with P&L and comp management. So basically what he's telling you is, his gist here is that we're going to drag our asses across concrete. And then we'll rip into the end of the year. He says there's risk here. If we get a little too freaky deaky with the volatility and the sentiment, and we switch from hedging to hedging and selling, that's a problem. And I agree with that. You know, and I think it's risky being down here. I think the longer we stay down here, the riskier it gets. I think there's two or three different powers, maybe four different powers here. There's the one power of the holiday rally, blow off top 700 club. That's one of them. Your second group is probably let's crash the stock market, right? These are like little hedge funds and shit. I'm short only, bro. And I want to see us create so much fear that we trigger a crash in December crowd. Get those two crowds. And then you got another crowd that wants the cheapest price without triggering fear. That's this crowd right here, what they're doing right now. And then you have the crowd that's like more traditional. You know, let's bounce and start melting up into the end of the year. You got four different crowds here. And you might have your like maybe your perma bulls that are like only uppies. You know. So what we need to do here is probably be patient. And we want to watch the dynamic of OPEX play out, month end play out, watch the triggering of put buying, and make sure that it doesn't turn into put buying and aggressive selling. And I think that's what I've said some of this stuff already to you this morning. Now, if it turns into like a doom shit where we're going to crash in December, we can chase it down. We just got to make sure we mark a bottom, and we got to make sure that we get what? I think I've said this 10 times now. We mark a bottom. We find a new high. We can take that trade and party for a day or so. But once we start to get above the hourly trigger, we back test the hourly trigger, couple highs in, and we can start taking a holiday trade up. Something like that. We haven't had that yet, have we? And I know the sentiment was really bullish last night and the overnight and this morning. I'm not trying to yell at you, but you trap buyers. You hurt buyers when you do that. That's what makes me angry. So you suck in other buyers, you become the supply, then we're back down here again, depths of hell. It's the same group that's like, I didn't get to buy the dip last night, so I missed out. And then they're at the top and they're all, yeah, let's jump on board with them. And then they're not waiting for a back test of the hourly trigger to see if it fails. And then we're back here again. It's like this vicious cycle. Miguel got still kind of bullish here. The one note I would say difference in him and I here is, or if there was a difference, he seems to think it's going to be a slow slog up into the end of the year. So maybe we need to pay close attention to Thanksgiving and Christmas when everybody goes on their New Year's Christmas stuff for big vertical. And if that's the case, stick with spreads. So far, I'm in spreads for end of year. I have a bunch of spreads for the end of the year. I haven't added any more. So if I'm going to get any spreads for the end of the year, at this point, I think I'm going to move them farther out in time, like January, February, maybe even March. And they're likely going to be call spreads, just basic, simple, easy call spreads. And then what I'll do is I will fucking day trade. And I'll make some money day trading. And if we roll in early December, we start to say, oh, we went too far, we're going to crash. I'll close those call spreads out, and I'll start chasing this lower. I think I could be flat or maybe slightly green when that happens. I don't think I'll be red or anything. So I'm feeling pretty good about my risk tolerance in this and profile in this. You're going to get a bounce no matter what. We're not going to, if we sell December, it likely wouldn't be until the 5th. It likely wouldn't be until we get back. If we were going to sell, that's when it would happen, I would think. I don't think it's like right now. I don't think you're getting a crash. I think you're going to get a bunch of hedging here. You're going to get a bunch of options that die here. But I think more closer to like the 31st, or let me give you some dates here. I think closer to like the 26th. Maybe the half day on Friday, you might get a little bit more of that action. And then on the 1st is when I'd be really concerned. The 1st is when, like between the 1st and the 5th, you'll know if we'll get some delta hedging and no real money selling, and we start delta hedging up from that bearish sentiment. Dealers will jump on your side too to help us go up there into the end of the year. They will counter that trade. Just remember the early call buyers in late December. They missed. Remember we were running up in the end of December, and nobody else was. Then they jumped on board, and we stepped off. That's the same thing in the inverse here. It's the exact same inverse. And that started when? Started around the 27th, I think. You started to see the market lift up in October. Do you remember? Here, let's look at this really quick. We'll look at this together. I'll try to explain this simply for you. So we don't want to forget what October is like. In October, this is October right here. Now, normally what happens in October is, I've looked this stuff up already. I looked this stuff up when we're in October. You normally start the month off kind of cool, strong. We would blast down and then stay down here. Or if we started the month of October on a high, like right here, we'd blast down and then fail and at least be, kind of red. If we even went up into the OPEX, we would end the month in the red. That's not what happened. What happened was we ran this fucker straight up into the end of the month. And when we did, the 31st was right here. You know where I was on that day? You know where I was on that day? I was in New York City partying at clubs nobody can get into. Truthfully. I was in restaurants that you can't get into without an invitation. I wasn't in the market here. I was gone. I took my money right here, and you guys did too, right? You took your money here. Do you remember what this price was? It was $6,900 exactly to a pin strike on SPX. Literal pinstrike. So you and I took this trade up when no one else did. I mean, nobody. 70% of the market did not take that trade. Nobody takes that trade. That trade is like 1 in 100. Never happens. So what did this create? This in turn created FOMO. So no one's in the trade. We get up here, and as we're taking the money and running, and what did we say? We said we're going to come back and check, and we're going to snap some lines. We said we're going to check back in November. We snapped a bunch of lines, didn't we? I think I snapped like 4 lines. I'm like this. I'm like, we're going to check to see if we bounce here, and we're going to look here, 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 and here for November. Why? Why? Because all these FOMO people up here started buying 700 Cs. Then they bought 700 Cs here. Then they bought 700 Cs here. And we're not even out of October yet. They were just like, fuck it, 700, man, 720. We weren't even out of the month yet. And then the systematics came in, and what did they do? $700, woo! $700, woo! $700, woo! $700, woo! What happened to them? They got hammered. And we did not get volatility, did we? If you were trading puts, I can tell you right now, you'd come in the market in the morning, and they were worthless. They weren't up 3,000%. There were no buyers of those puts. The systematics came in, they bought again. Woo! Bought again. Woo! Right here is when I said, we need a little bit of volatility. We haven't had any. Nobody is fearful. We need a little bit of fucking volatility. You remember that? Well, I'm like, we just need to come down a little bit. If we just come down just a little bit, we'll create some fear. We did. Everybody fucking panicked. Straight down. Panic at the Disco. That wasn't enough, though, was it? So we come back up here. Everybody's freaked out. We're going to crash. Remember that? We're going to crash. Remember that? We're going to crash. We're going to wake up. We're going to crash. That didn't happen. And that's where the key is. They got delta hedged. And what happened in that delta hedging? Ripped their faces off again. Just straight fucking ripped their faces off. What do we get down there? Put fuel. Whole bunch of bad sentiment. Whole bunch of doom. And they got their faces ripped off. That group is this group over here. They're on the wrong side here. They're on the wrong side here. And then we stepped over here and we started this. And we got long. It was like a Wednesday, wasn't it? And then like 1, 2 in the afternoon came around. Well, no, that's not what happened. It was Tuesday. Right here. Tuesday, wasn't it? Right here. And I was bearish in here. I was bearish. I came into the market that morning on, this was Veterans Day, and I said, we're not going down, we're going up. It's a bear trap. I got made fun of for that too, by the way. And we ripped their faces off. And then we came in here and I go, shit, now it's a bull trap. So I opened calls and then I closed them. And where do we go here? Back down again. Now this was a bad one. This is all kind of normal. It's fine. This is all fine. But this one was kind of bad. When we closed calls that day, there was a lot of what I could see. I even went on Twitter and said something. I said, hey, man, close your calls. Now a bull trap. And then people made fun of me, and I'm like, dude, it's a bull trap, I'm telling you. And it didn't reveal itself until about halfway through Wednesday. And when it did, it was ugly. And so he went to the depths of hell down here. And this is the bad one. This is the one where I think a lot of bulls got trapped. This is the doozy. This one's fine. This is no big deal. V-shaped recovery looks great. These guys got fucked up. These guys got fucked up down here. These guys got fucked up right here. So this one's kind of the bad one right here. This is the doozy. And ever since, we haven't recovered, have we? Ever since, it's been like, failure to launch, back down here, more pain. Failure to launch, more pain. Look where we are right now. That's vicious, isn't it? Pretty bad, isn't it? Right down there. See it now? This is Friday at 11 a.m. So what do we do? Do we pound these guys out maybe? Hit that weekly and whatever? Just grind that out down there. Flush and wash them all out. Take all their fucking put calls and puts. Make puts expensive again. Make everybody think that we're going to crash. We finally get lifted out in what? When nobody's here. Here's Thursday. Here's Friday. Here's OpEx. Slingshot up. Or maybe we can hit this now and slingshot up. Or maybe it's down there. My original thought would be something like this. Here's month end. My original thought was that it would be like 670. And then some kind of like fade down here again. And we'd actually hit that mark. Somewhere in here. Start consolidating. And then grind up and away. So I think we're in the neighborhood. I think we're in the neighborhood, but I think whenever I think I'm with McGilligan on the idea of it being call spreads. And I think that if you're looking for like the 0-date party time, I think NVIDIA earnings shows that. So like a Friday, an OpEx close to the end of the day, a Wednesday before Thanksgiving, a Friday when it's a half day, a weekend, a long weekend. Any of those things are going to provide the positive catalyst that we need for the, Uber 0-date rip faces off trade. If you don't know how to time those, call spreads does it for you. You can just put a call spread on the low. You come back on a ripper day and you step off at the close, or you step off on that Monday or the day when we're closed. Like we go into Thanksgiving for a day off, we come back, and it rips up and into it. You just close your call spread. And with a call spread, you don't have to worry about buyers being there to pick up your calls. You'll still have that demand from the short side of it. It'll offset no buyers being there. Hang tight. I've got someone knocking on my door. Hang tight 1 second, guys. I wonder if anybody opened a Condor this morning. Sorry, I had someone was banging on my door. It was for my oldest daughter, not for me. Nobody loves me. Nobody loves me. Come on, baby, slam it down. Slam that Bitcoin down. Dude, Bitcoin's about to fucking flush. Shaved my anus this morning. Come on down, flush it on down, flush it on down, flush it on down. Come on down to CJJ's. Use call lot, flush it on down. Come on down. Come on down to Captain Jim James used call lot. Please trade 651.39 for me, please. Got to trigger those bears. Got to trigger the boys that tell you they're not buying crash puts. Come on. Oh my God, that's who we have to flush out. Are you guys losing the audio right now? Check, check, 1, 2. Is you guys losing audio? I lost the stream earlier. Oh, please just die. Audio was good. Thanks, Jay Craven. Hey, Jay Craven, where are you from, man? Are you from Boston? Where are you from, brother? Are you from Massachusetts or New England by chance? Hey, Jay Craven, where are you from? I ask you because my dad worked for Jimmy Craven for a long time. You know who he is? You're from New York originally? Right on. My dad worked for Jimmy Craven, man. He's from Boston, though. He's from Massachusetts. He was a state rep. All right, right on. He worked for Mel. My dad worked for Mel King and James Craven back in the Tip O'Neill days. Like ruthless. My dad was a lobbyist for a period of time, for a bunch of years, and it was wild as fuck in the James household. No relation. All right, just wanted to check. When I was a kid, I would Sundays we would have like all the dignitaries in Boston over the house, chatting. Yeah, you don't want to know those guys. Those guys were sketchy. When I was a kid, it was weird. You would see like people that were supposed to hate each other eating brunch and getting shit faced together. Like the reporters would come over, the ones that supposedly hated all these politicians, they would hang out, be like politicians, power brokers, clergy, believe it or not, and reporters. They would all hang. My father had not quite a mansion, but a very old Victorian townhouse kind of a thing. And all those guys would come over on the Sundays. It was really weird when I was a kid to see all those people there. Because then I would go to church and stuff, and they were like prominent people. Yeah, it was crazy, man. It was fucking crazy. Keep that there. Flush them out. Flush everybody out. The scam just runs too deep. Yeah, I told people that I was like, well, this morning I was up late last night with the Discord was on fire last night. Discord was a blast last night. We were having a fun time in there, and so we were up late. Well, what happened was we put in the 6 to 9 p.m. bar, and we went up just enough, and I was like, fuck, we're gonna start fucking mooning overnight. So we wrote a chart for people to take the long overnight, and there were people trading futures last night. And then I think I went to bed at like 1:32, and I'd had a few cocktails too, of course. A few of us, I think, had a few cocktails, and we're just blasting back and forth. So this morning I was like, I'm gonna go do the stream late, turn the stream on and go late. And I was like, let me get dressed. Let me go shave my butthole. Oh, nice job, Blake West. Flush them out. Just keep flushing. There you go. There you go. Incite panic. Just a note to you, we have Gamma at 6:50 and 6:52 on 2 dates. We have a lot of call spreads coming in too. Like 650, 675s. We're really like roped in right now. Hey, you guys want to see some cool shit? So right here, this is SPX Gamma. Consider buying a bottom down in here. This is a put wall right here. We're in risk off deep negative gamma. Below 6650 is where vol control funds become sellers. They are selling right now, just so you know. Let's check net gamma here. We're almost near bottom. We're getting very close. We could plunge a little bit more. Let me show you exactly where we are right now. This is bottom right here. Theoretically, we're at bottom. I'll show you right now. This is so just some awareness here where we are. So this is the bottom of the market right here. This is 6,500. And we're trading this right here. This is the put wall. We're like right on it right now. This is the put wall. So just if you're like really freaked out or anything, just so you can see. That's a big move right there. This is 7,000. No, we are literally right at the bottom of the market here. And notice how the calls are getting smaller. That means this cup is empty. That cup is empty. And this cup is getting fat. This cup right here is huge. And it's full. And there's a lot of bears in here that say, you know, oh man, I'm not the last bag holder, am I? Still a bit more room to go, bro. Trust me, we're going to crash. Buy my bags from me. There. Can't tell if that was there's a new high right there. There's a high. That's a new high. So tricky. Barely see that. It's a penny. I don't know. I can't tell. It's too close to call. It's like equal highs. I can't tell if that's a new high or not. I think it is, but I can't. It's not clean. Show me the clean high. Oh, we got it. There's the high right there. We just got it. Thank you. I needed that in my life. Okay, there's the last known buyers. These fucks aren't getting out. These guys aren't getting nowhere. We're not doing that up there. Gonna trap those fuckers in. And this has to come down a little bit, like right there. Keep my fucking eyes on this shit all day long until the goddamn trade comes. Watch this stupid fucking shit all day long. Fucking gonna wait all day long to make some money. Put this one over here. A little bit lighter right there. Get rid of that one. It's still good.
177, I'll show you.
177 top on 10, I need half.
Sold! Balance, whatever I can do.
5.
We did 5.
2, 2, and 1.
2, 2, 1. Good.
The 2,000.
7, I'll
No country for tight spreads. Want to be careful of this right here. I'll be careful of the leg down in here. What can happen up here is we're not there yet, but I want you to watch this closely. See this right here? You can also see, like, if we break this, come under here, we'll go down just like that. Tight stops in here. The reason I'm looking higher right now is because of this and this right here. This right here. First stop's like right here. I really want it to be up here, to be honest. I'll take that. I don't think we can get out of this area here, mostly because of I think these guys are destroyed. Not destroyed, but these are the last known buyers. draw this in here for you too. There's your current weekly, monthly target right there. Gonna watch that over there. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Are we going to put a trade on in the middle of the day? Why are we fucking around all day long, Cap? I got to watch us all day long, bro, to make some money with you? Yes. You going to yell at me all day long, too, bro? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm your asshole boomer dad. Of course I am. I'm going to make you flinch and think about your dad. Whenever he calls me, I do the same thing. Yes. We got to see what happens in here. Don't want to be giving up this just yet. That could be ugly end of day. So that little green tick up here, I want to run these fucks over. These goddamn bears, bottom of the market, scraping, washing their fucking fingers through the lake bottom. Fucking bears wanting to fucking crash. Psychos. Just, you guys want to see the world burn. I got a bear friend in real life too. A buddy of mine here in Detroit, he's like a real bear. I'll like go out with him and stuff and hang out with him sometimes, and I'll like intentionally listen to him talk, and I'm like, oh yeah, man, definitely. World's gonna end. End of the reserve currency. Mm-hmm. Yep. give me all your pain. I was yelling at people this morning. Joey, people were like the I missed the trade crew, and they jumped in the trade crew and then got annihilated crew, and then they got angry this morning. They were pretty pissy. We got to watch this closely here. I want you to know that I don't believe in this right here. No, I believe in the trade. I don't believe in if we lose this trade right here at any point, we hit this, it's going to be a mess down below. So they will flush this fucker to the depths of hell. Just keep your eyes on this. We're pretty close to bottom. Like we're fucking close. Like we're real close. At least for today. Maybe not tomorrow, but we're fairly close to. I mean, that's goddamn close as fuck, isn't it? We just got to make sure we don't lose this here. If we do, we'll go sell side, but seems I'm looking at the puts and I'm like, man, they're all being printed hard and heavy. I don't think we won't go down here. Just right now, the puts are really fucking juiced. They're really rich. They should be. They should be. Ripped down, taken down a peg or two. We'll see if we can get a squeeze here. If we can't, we start to roll. I'll let you know if I close my position. They're not closed yet, but I'll let you know in the Discord. Sometimes I forget to tell you guys if I close a position. I apologize for that. Remember too, if they do flush us down, that you'll get a chance to get out. You get out like somewhere right there, and then we can go. Then we can go down. Don't panic sell if you're red or anything. I started it way down here, so. We're not quite yet there. Let me just check the call side for tomorrow. They're kind of juicy for tomorrow. Like 658s or 359. That's kind of pricey. Like the fact that a call for tomorrow right here is $4. That's pretty pricey. Puts are even juicier. Let's look at the puts really quick. Where are we at? 655. So a put right here is 658 or 655 put right now is $10. Woo! $10 fucking dollars. $10 fucking dollars for tomorrow. 665. Oh no, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. My bad. 655, 412. That's not too bad. It's pretty good. Well, that was $10. My bad. I'm being stupid here. I'm just reading off numbers. $4 isn't too bad. Not for where we are. If we could shave off $1 or $2, I'd be happy. Just give me like 50 cents to $1. I can take a 50 cents or $1. Dealers can keep half. And I'll just take the money out of the bear pocket for an hour or so. Just make me like $1.50, or I'll take 50 cents to $1. I'll take $1.50. Give me the whole thing. Give me $1. Give me $1.50. You take $1.50. Make their puts dirt cheap, and then we'll. Oh, that's not good. Watch out. We might be rolling here. That's not too good. I don't like seeing that. Watch this very carefully here. You see this last prior high right here? And you see these two prior highs right here? I don't know if you can see this, but you see that high right here? Watch this one really closely. This one right here. I'm going to end up having to pull the plug here in a minute. Just push up. One more. You just need a tick, bro. You literally need one tick. You just that tick right there. Oh, you got it. I think you got it. I think we got it. I think we're good. I think we took the stop from over here. That looks like a fine. That tick looks like it works. Claiming that it doesn't work. I don't like this now. So you can see these buyers right here. This buyer just took this guy out right here. There's a lot of fighting back and forth in here. These buyers are getting weaker. You see this? I'm about to pull the plug. We got the high tick in here, so I don't know why. This is where I am right here. See this right here? We're going to blast this fucker straight down. Right down there. Just a note to you that we're rolling to the downside. This is the 1 minute trigger right here. They're going to try to flush this thing right down. I'm still long here. If you're looking for an exit, this is it right here. I'm still long. I have not sold. There's another new high right there. Come look at this with me here. So this is kind of like weird price action, like this is the one that I was watching over here. You can see where they're trying to sell it right here. Trying to sell that right there. They're trying to roll this fucker straight down to the depths of hell. There's a lot of selling action in here too. You see that? It's a pretty big, strong candle. But we keep getting new highs. Like a new high right here. You can't see it, but there's a new high like by a penny right there. And there's another new high right here. So the buyers are winning. There's a lot of violence going on in here. It's just really sketchy. And it's like to a penny. Who the fuck's trying to sell right now? I'm still long here. Just seeing if there's any news or anything that I'm missing. This is a big decision area here. Do you see it? This is a pretty big decision area here. I don't know why that's the case. We're scraping the fucking bottom of the barrel here.
Brent crude futures settle at $63.38 a barrel, down 13 cents or 0.2%.
You okay? I'm missing something here. I could be missing something here. What am I missing? Man, I realize what everybody wants. I realize everybody wants 50 and 52 and 46. I get it. What the fuck am I missing here? Holy shit. So we're sitting on, you guys ready? We're sitting on, you guys know where we're sitting right now? We're parked right now on the September. We should have a glass of champagne. We're parked on the September 17th rate cut. And there's a gap underneath us. So outside of these buyers here from September 17th, there's a fucking gap down till, well, So this is kind of just interesting market. So just right here, just so you guys can see this. It's like an interesting little factoid. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out here. Hold on. 652.50. So ready? Right. Hold on here. Basically, ready? Basically, it's kind of interesting. The September rate cut buyers here. That's where they are. September 17th rate cut buyer right here. Now there's a gap under there. The gap is right here. It's like this is the gap from that buyer. You know what's fascinating about this is if rate cuts are materially off the table, then we're going to shift to what people are claiming is a regime of rate hikes. Basically, right? And you've got Fed speakers saying that we never reached our 2% inflation target. We did. We did. You understand what that means, right? Means like if we've hit our target, that means that tightening cycle is complete. What the Fed is saying is that the tightening cycle, or as of today, they're saying that the tightening cycle is not complete. That they didn't do their job yet. So, I mean, whether that's pausing or hiking, any of those two answers would do it. If that's the case, then if that's true and material, you would take away the entire September 17th rate cut, right? Because that is the moment where we went from like pausing to maybe one cut. I remember that specific meeting. We kind of at that moment said we're in a loosening cycle. And now since then, that whole trade has come back. The entire trade has been taken back. Now, I would posit here that if we traded under this, that would mean that we are in a tightening regime. That's what I would assume. Not only in pause, but we're in a tightening regime. That's what I would think. Or at least, mathematically with this whole trade. Or you're saying that the cutting cycle is not done yet, and we're just finishing that whole trade. So is it rhetoric? I think JPM or GS today said, are we in a tightening cycle? Or they said, no, it's just rhetoric. That was their response, that it was just rhetoric. That's not the case. So this would be interesting if we take this out down here. If you took the entire trade and traded under it, that would be the market telling you that, in fact, you're likely not getting a cut. No matter what they say or spew. It would be material. But they hide, they'll like hide, they'll do rhetoric and say it's, we're no longer loosening. They'll like say that publicly, but then it has more to do with the trade than it does with material difference. So this is interesting where we are. Just a note to you that the September rate cut buyer is right here. Literally like right here. somewhere in here, on this line somewhere. September rate cut buyer was 652.48. We'll just snap a line on where they are. 652.48. This is them. This is the September rate cut buyer. Now, why do I bring these guys up, right? You guys know why? You guys know I've been harping on these guys since I've been harping on these guys for a long time. You remember when Marco said we're gonna crash in October? Have some water, please, honey. Have water. I'm losing my voice again. Well, blabbing and shit. The reason that that's material is because when we started in September in that rate cycle, Marco was looking for that. Marco saw the thrust up. So we had this big thrust up, and that is usually the beginnings of distribution. When you have the, I forget what it's called now, but I think it's called the thrust. Some kind of thrust. It's like a FOMO thrust. So everybody's excited on a rate cut, and then we're in a rate cutting cycle, and they normally end in crashes, believe it or not. Not always, but most of the time. And the reason they end in crashes is when you're being told we're in a rate cutting cycle, they are precursors to bad economic conditions, end of business cycles, things they're not telling us that we may not be able to see, but they do, or someone smarter than us does. And that implies that that's bad, whatever's coming down the road, we're going to...
A U.S. judge temporarily blocks Donald Trump's National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C.
All right, leave it in that glass. Put it back in the glass. I'll drink out of that glass. Oh. Well, something about that cup too. I mean, that cup is that cup is, what is that? What cup is that? That cup is nice. BTS? What is this, like K-pop stuff? BT21 Mang? What does that mean? Anybody know what that means? BT21 Mang? There's like a cute little bear on it or something. A cutie little bear on there. Oh yeah, look at a cute little bear. So she's like, here, let me get you the most girly cup you can. Here you go, manly man. Tough guy. My point here is that September 17th was like the upward thrust to the end of the year. That same group of people came in and saved the market. Do you remember? They came in and saved the market on September 25th. You guys don't remember this stuff? Am I the only one that remembers this stuff? They saved the market on September 25th. Do you know what group of people that was? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. They got kind of a neat group of people here. They came in, they saved the market. Hold on a second.
So U.S. judge pauses D.C. National Guard rule.
Voice news disconnected.
They saved the market on September 25th. Guess when else they saved the market? Remember the day we blasted down on Friday? We didn't have a fucking crash on Monday? Yeah, that was Marco. I remember that. And I was like, you got to confirm the crash on Monday? I remember that. I don't forget. I got a fucking Rolodex going on here. We saved the market, and Marco was wrong. And I made a comment on Twitter where I said, Marco's right, but not in his time frame. I said, we're probably going to have a bunch more new highs before Marco is ultimately right. We saved it again on October 14th. And then we saved it again on October 17th. This guy, this group of buyers, right where we are, these fucking guys right here. If you want to be angry, if you're a bear and you want to be angry at anybody, you can be angry at these guys right here. This group of buyers also printed the highs for Halloween. This group of buyers made us rich. Super fucking rich. What were we doing, doggone it? Weren't we paying like $500 a night? Or every club we went to cost like $500 to get in per person. Every restaurant was stupid. Get in there and do it for me. Send it all the way up there like I told you to. That same group of buyers came in and made bank. Those same buyers, that's right where we are right now. So if these buyers leave, they're the market. And you would be saying materially that no rate cuts for you, right? Those buyers would leave. Who are those buyers down here? Who is the September rate cut buyer? Who is that guy? Yep, it's Powell. It's probably also who, like Nancy Pelosi. Oh, what's going on there, buddy? What are you doing? Where are you going? We scraping the bottom here? What are you do? Which way are you going? Oh yeah. Remember that OpEx can be flat. It can be really crazy. You know, if you have to buy it all back on OpEx, I mean, it's been a down month, hasn't it? I mean, you're really putting the screws to the market, aren't you? Like all the FOMO bulls missed the trade yesterday into the overnight, and then they got annihilated this morning. I mean, how mean do we have to be to a FOMO gang? I mean, FOMO gang has taken it this month. FOMO gang took it on the first of the month. FOMO gang this morning got hammered again. I mean, talk about the beatings continuing. I mean, that was like one more last slap in the face for FOMO gang, wasn't it? I'm still here, by the way. Where they just dunked on FOMO gang. I had FOMO gang yelling at me this morning. I had FOMO gang yelling at me last night. They yelled at David AMS. There was like a FOMO gang guy yelling at David AMS on Twitter. That's my boy, by the way. I tried to be nice to you on Twitter last night, but I would fuck your wife and your girlfriend if I could. Talking shit about David AMS. That guy would fucking trade you under a fucking bridge. Some guy talking shit about David AMS last night. Get the fuck out of here. Best trader I know. Bar none. Best trader I know. He is the baddest trader I know. I've traded with that guy for years. Best trader I know. That guy makes more money than any trader I know. He lives the lifestyle. I'll defend that guy to the end of the world. That's my boy. I'll meet that guy out in the middle of a street somewhere, whenever he wants, wherever he wants, messing with my boy David. That's my boy David. It's my homeboy. Oh, shit. They're going to try it again. September rate cut buyers getting sketched out again. So FOMO gang got hammered beginning of the month. And then, of course, FOMO buyers swung back in. They had all the patience in the world. They bought all that shit all through the month. And then yesterday, they missed the trade on NVIDIA. Then they were all stinky last night. And then this morning, they got hammered again. And even the ones that bought last night that didn't sell got hammered. Meanwhile, David pocketed a bunch of cash again. And my boy David, dude, don't mess with David AMS. That's my motherfucking boy. Like, I would literally, if I couldn't be friends with David, I'd probably stop trading. That's my boy. Like, I'll be friends with that guy to the day I die. 100%. I'm still in the trade. The trade that I took earlier, I'm still in. I've not sold. I ain't selling that shit. Get out of my. If I do, I'll tell you. I won't forget. I'll say I'm out. So FOMO's getting their beaten to hell. Then they yelled at me this morning. They're like, "Stop talking down to us." I'm like, "You guys talk shit, so much shit." Not to me. You just talk shit about how we're never coming back. We're back. We got to buy it again. Are you afraid to buy it? I'm long it. I'm scared shitless. Are you going to buy it with me? Where's FOMO gang? You guys going to buy this with me or what? Am I all alone here again? Probably. Watch him get smoked here in a minute. We'll dunk on him. Here, put the big red bar up for Cap right there. Yeah, there we go. I mean, stop dunking on FOMO gang, man. They got the point. FOMO gang needs a win. They need a W. I think they're going to get it. I think they're going to get like a vertical day. It's coming. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow or next or Thanksgiving, but you're going to get one. You're going to get a vertical like fuck you bar. I don't know if it's over a weekend or if it's Friday through Sunday or something. That's what they have been doing, right? They've been making big moves in after hours or overnights. That's what I'm saying. I get yelled at when I said we're going up. And yesterday I said we were going up. I just didn't know if it would hold. That's the only thing I said. I said we're going up. I got it right. I even said the best way to express the trade is in futures. Said that yesterday too. So didn't David. As a matter of fact, last night at 9 fucking p.m., I had the up move correct too into the open. So that's 2 times we got it right. Now, today in the bloodbath, we saw that to 660, but that was it. They flushed every other asshole out at that point. They flushed everybody out at 660? 660, yeah. That's where these guys are, I think. There they go, right there. Last known buyers, 66. Basically, they're right here. If I had a place where they are, they're right here. Last known buyers, well, they were a little bit higher. I assumed they were. I had assumed with this they were going to step back in, but this is where they initiated. It was right there. So they might. The FOMO gang might actually be our seller. Wouldn't that be ironic? It's like try to grind up here, and FOMO gang is just like, "Fuck you, I'm out," and I get blasted for that. I go to the depths of hell. Serves you right, Jim James. Fuck you. I'm gonna spite sell just to burn you down. Thank you, Og, for hanging out with me, man. Og's like, fuck it, let's do it. Let's get long. My long isn't for today, though. It's for tomorrow, so it's not so bad. I got this like sneaking feeling that tomorrow, it's not guaranteed. We can't tell where OPEX is going to go, but there can be some argument that OPEX will like magnet to us to the downside. But I would really like to see that like magnet at 670. Let's look at that bar really quick. So let's talk about 2-day SPY options. So 2-day or 1 day net gamma for today is 655. That's right where we are. We have a shit ton of puts. And we're trading 656.28. I don't have the 2 dates in front of me. On the high side, guess where the high side is? Guess where it is? Do you know where that pin is? 670. It's the smallest cup between here and close. Now tomorrow's expiry. Let's just have a look and see what max pain is for today. Not that it matters. Max pain, it doesn't matter. We come into like OPEX and stuff, but especially around OPEX, I like to see what it is. It's like the max pain for today is 668. So right up here is max pain into the close for today. Right there. Which I don't see. It must have to do with other stuff. Tomorrow, max pain is the same, 668. So what you could end up seeing is, 668 for tomorrow? Woo! Max pain for tomorrow, 668. Max pain for today, 668. That's like the maximum pain. So maybe if you took the difference, right in the middle is probably right where 660 would be probably right in the middle of it. And I have 668s on. That's what I have for tomorrow, 668s. I don't know that we can get there, though. That's the exact strike that I own right now. And that would be where you fucked all the calls and all the puts. You kind of fail 670. And you destroy all these puts. But we got a lot of we have a lot of gamma down here. We got the biggest gamma bar today is 655. And we're sitting right on it right now. We're parked literally right on the largest gamma in the market. Hold on here. Yeah. Let me check here. Two things. They got us going up 2. And says volatility reappeared on Wall Street. You see anything else here? See what the BBG thing is saying. Tyler Durden. That's a pretty big bloodletting. 19 million. It was yesterday. 18 million shares sold on TGT. Maybe I got to wait. Let me check this here in a. I don't know. That's the 2020 low. Holy Christ. Target. What's that for 100 shares? Not dollars, shares. Back to SPY. Hey, look at that. I'm now the proud owner of more stock. Can't believe I'm buying stock in fucking. Can't believe I'm buying stock in fucking November. I don't think they've flushed them out yet, Winky. I think when I was looking. I'm long here. I want to see us fucking go vertical into the close and just print like 665, and then tomorrow, grind sideways and then boom, 670 right into the close. I'm $2 under, so I think I'll be okay. Hit that nice, beautiful round number tomorrow, 670. It seems like that's where they parked us. Seems like the place. Like the whole September trade started here, basically, right? You figure we got October, November, December, right? And then you got you figure September was when that whole thing started. So it's like the end of September for the next quarter, or Q4, started September 17th. Right? They got a monster fucking print in October. It's the same gang of buyers. That's our market right there, I think. Like, I think that our market is this whole September 17th gang. We've been talking about that for a while, right? That's the basis, right? Yeah. Oh, that's a good one, Goliath. Yeah, take cuts and don't. Taking cuts is easier than taking a bloodbath. Bloodbaths add up. Bloodbaths are like no fun. Mm. Oh. Let's keep on grinding out these fucking bears. Just a note to you that time is it right now? Target here is let's just check 4 hour and let's check 4 hour and hey, yeah, they're about I'll get rid of that too. I can't see shit. Let's look at 4 hour here. Oh shit. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh yeah. That's the shit right there. Let's go back and look at that weekly and monthly and put that on there. Look at this really quick. Like, that's not good right there. You see that? That is not good. That month was erased. We erased this, though, earlier this week. That is some shit right there. That's why I think we're going back down there. We're going to hit that 52 and 50 at some point, but I just don't think it's necessarily today. Probably like next week. Like after OPEX hit 52, then at month end hit 43. Yeah, 43 after month end. We can have some rippy shit until then. Oh my God, I said rippy. I haven't said that word in a while. Comically. Facetiously. W right there. We'll keep that in mind there. This is the price target up there. This is the only shit that matters right here for right now. There's a gap to fill. We can put that in if you want. If you really want to put that in, we can. There's a gap at 43. Where's that? There it is. There's an hourly gap that needs closed right here. Nope, that's not the one. Is it on the day? Is that gap at? Little gap down here. I see that gap. 43, I thought I saw it. Let me look at this again. There's the gap right there. That's the weekly gap. Got it. I know that needs closed. Was it a monthly gap that was down there? Nope. I see that gap. I see all that gap. What am I missing here? Is it this one? And we'll focus on this one. It's getting a little late in the day. Okay, so we're gonna go to the 4 hour. This is the target. We still have yet to close this gap down here. And remember, this is the September 17th gang over here. See them right here? This is them right here. September rate cut pump gang. You okay? How much information did you lose? That's not good. Fa la la la, fa la la la, fa la la la, fa la la la. Na 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 na. All you bulls will get hole in your stockings. There it is, right there. There's the goddamn. There it is, right there. Is that the one? I thought it was lower than this. I thought it was 43 or something. Already hit 53. There's 68. Here's the equal legs right here. We'll also have these. You also have this thing here, which is kind of bad. This is implying another move down here. Do you see it? This rejection was brutal. So like from here to here is showing some real weakness to sweep this stuff down here. I'll draw it like this here. Mm. I actually don't like this down trade right now. So let me look at this for a minute here. I'm missing something. I don't know what it is. What am I missing here? I'm missing something. I felt like that all day long today. I'm missing something. You know, this is kind of bad right here. You see this right here? That's kind of bad. I don't like that. Yeah, I like negative. I like negative velocity, but I like it with like new highs. I like that kind of velocity. I don't like that kind of velocity there at all, where there's no like lows hammered out. It's 329. You guys want to know where we're going? I'll say this: the trade is definitely right here, in my view. You don't have to take my word for it or anything, but the trade is right here. This looks like the trade, but there's something else here. For OpEx, I like nice clean numbers. At the close of OpEx, I like nice clean numbers. And I'm looking at 650. That's nice and round too, though. I think there can be an argument made. I think there can be an argument made for sure for 650. Let me think back. Not think back. Let me just go look back over here. So, I always like to look back at like prior months. Let's look back at give me a second here. So we've got October 17th. This is October 17th right here. I want you to see this right here. Do you see this? This is October 17th. This is OpEx. We like ramped straight down into it, slammed right into that green. And they were right back up and out of here. No, this is important right here. And here's September 19th. So September 19th OpEx. And we still got bludgeoned right the day before. Do you see that one? So like watch this one closely with me here. This is 2:00 in the afternoon. Do you see that? It's now 3:32. And like we nailed it up. This one right here We nailed it. And then up. The one big problem with this one is this is Thursday. And we kind of look like this right now, don't we? Failure to get higher. And I want you to look at this here. This is Friday at 5 a.m., 4 a.m. So this is OpEx, right? First month. Slam down here. And then they didn't let us out until 7 a.m. on Friday. We come in here. This is 9 o'clock, 9:30. So even where we are right now, let's look at it where we are right now. And the last two times we were here, this was in September OpEx. Shocker. October OpEx. Same place. Now, in one of those two OpExes, we were able to slam down in a cash market, come straight back up, and we're out of here. The other one, we couldn't do it. So they came in the overnight, rocked us down, and right back up by cash market. Like nothing happened. Now, I don't have calls on for today. I've got calls on for tomorrow. Here's 670. I don't actually see that trade. I only see the 665. I see this part of the trade here. This is the idea that we're going to hit 70. Not only that, but there's a huge unclench. Remember, this is Friday. This is Monday. If I were going to give you this, if I was going to give you this price target, I wouldn't give it to you until Monday. It was literally vertical. You know what's interesting about this too is this over here. This is where our drop is. What else is interesting about this? You know, if you unclench in here, we get the roll. This is Wednesday, 1600. What's fascinating about this is that you get your Turkey Day people. This is where they're trapped in. They will sell and they will hedge. Like you wake up back here on the 1st or 2nd and we're right back down. I thought maybe we'd hit the 43 on that part. And then that's where the real like delta hedging comes in. So you can kind of see it, right? Like you're up here, you're hiding buyers are up here, they sell, they freak out, they hedge. You go into Turkey Day, maybe you're up here, some shit, we trade that up or whatever. You know, Thursday becomes like, or Friday becomes like a sell day. You guys are going to think this is going up, but it's not. All that negativity gets priced into like the 1st through the 5th. And I just don't know if it's like down here and then we're up. Like all the delta hedging or all the put chasing for dealers is here. We got a fresh gamma. And then the dealers just step in and ramp us in the end of the year. That shit was like this. I don't know if Miguel got 100% right. So he's like saying this over here. Maybe. Up there. Just drag him. It's the same thing as this. Goes like this. This is what I got for tonight and tomorrow. Time is right now. $0.06. Hang tight, guys. I got to look at something here. 680s, 670s. Fuck day is Turkey Day. 28th. Come on. Those are fucking cheap too. What happened with who's God? Oh, because you got choppered down. Hang tight, I gotta put on some stuff for tomorrow. You gotta wait till 4:15. You don't have to wait. I want to see if we can get one more word right here. Calls are not going down right now, they're going up. Let's see if we can get it to plunge just one more time. I'm trying to add 662. You ready? Watch closely. You ready, Brian? Watch closely, Brian. Do you see the 650? See it? We plunged right here. Hit the buy on 650, 651. We ramped right here into Friday. You see it? This is 2 p.m. on Thursday. We plunged. We then ramped up here. And we ramped up here. You see it? Down here. You see where it was? Two p.m. Thursday. Want to see it again? This is Friday. This is Thursday. We hit it here on Thursday at 2 p.m. and did not go all the way back, did we? So we plunged into the overnight. And we recovered before 9:30 a.m. There's 2 p.m. So you could not get in before. You see it now? Do you see it now, yes or no? I don't have this time, man. I really got to go. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but I'm just asking if you see it. If you don't see it, can you just look for it on your own? You see it right there? You see it right there? This is Friday at 1600. This is Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday morning. You see the plunge? You see it right here? Watch closely. Is that easier to see? Here's your plunge into OPEX. There's your rip. Here's your plunge into OPEX. Here's your rip. Matter of fact, here's your plunge into OPEX. Here's your rip. Here's your plunge into OPEX. There's your rip. You see it now? Ready? Here's your plunge into OPEX. Here. Here. And same place right here. You see it now, right? All right, hold on. Brian, watch this part. So we have ready. Watch this really closely here. Where was it? Right here, somewhere in there. Let's make that a 1. Here's the other one. This is this one right here, right? Basically, roughly. What's fascinating about this? Like, what's fascinating about this? Why does 650 matter? That's 650, right? I mean, it's not like 627 or anything. It's 650. So what does this mean? So this is our what? This is our, what do they call it? What do they call this again? It's called a I fucking forget what it's called. It's called a fucking I'll have to look it up. I don't remember what they are, but they're it's not an impulse. It's like a what did I call it earlier? No, it's not trend. It's not trend. What it is, it's like a I forget what it's called, but there's a word for it. Anyways, what they do is they push us over like this, okay? And so you've got your, remember when that guy Marco was like, we're going to crash in October? Do you know why Marco was saying that? Was because we began a distribution on September 17th. So I think what this is called, it's called a thrust or something. I don't know what the fuck the name of it is, but it's like some people call it FOMO, but it's like a it started before this. So it started here. So this was the actual trade right here. And then this last part is like called an upward thrust of some kind. I don't know what it's called, but there's a word for it. Right when you see that, it means that we're going to go into distribution. But distribution, so if distribution started right here, why do we continue to return right here? Tell me why. Think about it. So if we're in here and we find a monthly top, right? Or a monthly high or something, what would you automatically do? You would hedge to what? $650, right? So we plunge down here, your hedge prints to 650. Oh, market's okay. All right, we're going to get long. Market didn't break down. We're going to get long again. Okay, I'll get long. There's the most natural high right there, right? Okay, I took my money. I'm going to hedge again. Plunge, plunge. Right? So we hold on right here. What do you do right there? If we're in distribution, what do? You start looking higher. Here's the 31st. What do you do? Someone out there tell me. Let's say you keep it clean. We'll even bring it in a little bit. So what do? We're in distribution. What do? Bam, there's my hedge. Jackpot. Oh my God, we came back up again. We're holding. This looks like it's going to go up. Sentiment's like, yeah, we can still print 700, or what in this case, a new high in October. Burr up here. Hedge again. I'm down here. Cha-ching, got paid on 650. So now what do? Oh, fuck, the bulls are going to come in and buy it all. I got to lay off a little bit. I can sell this. That's 670, isn't it? You could sell that, but why would you sell this? For $1? You just sold this up here. If you were late, you sold that, right? Remember that? That was you. Remember we were sitting in here, we're like, yeah, sell that shit. And sell that shit. Matter of fact, so you squeeze up here, maybe you sell that. Or you come up here for some liquidity, maybe. That's where the real sell is, right? That's the 80, 85 thing. You're still not a seller here, are you? So at minimum, you're going to trade 670, more than likely 680-ish. You can just simply snap a line here. It's not, I mean, this isn't rocket science right there, right? So we go back up here. We go back up here. There's your corrective move. Now let's say this back tests and holds. Everybody gets stoked or whatever. Where's the trade to? Up here. Now let's say they print 600 or 700. What would you do right there again? If you're in distribution, what would you do? You do the same fucking thing, wouldn't you? Right back down there again, wouldn't you? This time you'd actually break it, wouldn't you? So we are rolling over. You can see the thrust up right here. Slam down. You can see it right here. Slam down. You can see it right here. Slam down. See it right here. This would be like a, you know, how we get there is even more bizarre. These are early. But that's not how December normally goes, does it? Normally it would be like something like this, right? Volatility and then whammo up here, right? And that would be the, what would this be? Right here, right? So you have one more swing up in here. Lose your velocity right there. There's your daily velocity, can do it. High, lower high, lower high. Daily velocity can do it. I would bet that if you watched this one right here and just went like this, I bet you could set an alert right here. And at least be watching. Velocity crossing up. So if velocity crossed up here, you'd start packing it in, wouldn't you? I would think. That's what I would think. And I would also think that on the hour, you have the out right here, don't you? Like you have the out right here. Even if they squeeze it up, you have the out. Hell, you could squeeze this shit up to right about there. Somewhere in there. It's like 683 or something. I mean, even if this came down and started to recover, here's your daily trigger, starts to recover. You could close your short or hedge or whatever. And, you know, how fuck we're going to go to 700 or whatever in the month. It's probably the worst place to be short in here. I mean, not over the, you know, when I'm 1 minute chart or wherever, it looks like a nightmare, but it looks like the shit of nightmare fuel. But in reality, you can kind of see the systematicness of it, right? I figure this call, I think it's not called a thrust, but it's, I remember Marco said they were going to crash, and I was like, I know what he's thinking. You see, I thought that Marco saw this, and then he was like, we're going to crash, and I was like, nah. No, the reason I said, the reason I said no to it was because normally in these kind of things, it takes, like, these guys are whales, so it takes some time to unload. And he's probably counting this as one, and it's normally like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we unload. It's normally like 3 highs: 1, 2, and 3. And it's normally on a base like this. This, I wouldn't count this as 1 over here. This is not 1. And he might have thought too this was 1, 2, and maybe that was 3 or something. Or maybe he was counting it like 1, 2, 3. But he was wrong. This is called a thrust. I don't know. I forget what this is called, but this is where the FOMO is right here, believe it or not. This is the FOMO. On a larger time frame, that's the FOMO. This is where distribution begins. This is definitely distribution, without a doubt. 100% guaranteed this is distribution. What's fascinating about distribution patterns, too, so this is a distribution pattern, but I only count 2, not the third one. And not only that, in the 90s, I don't think we do this, but in the 90s, what they fucking did was they did the 1, 2, and then when they did the third one, you know what they did? Anybody know? Came down like this, and they ramped, and they extended it. And that was ugly. I wasn't there for that, but if I was hedged or a bear or something, I bet you they got washed. Whatever that fucking move is, I don't know that happens or not, but if you're a seller, you have to be careful of it in January. I'm going to warn you right now, you be careful of that shit right there. That's what they did to get us in the bubble. When I say they, I mean like too much bearishness, then accelerant of buyers and FOMOers and a good economy and people with money. It's like when they start telling like people who have money and stuff, they're trying to keep us from the bubble. Like when you hear like people when you hear like right now there's a big talk that nobody has money to make it go up. The reason they're telling you that is because they don't want, or the street doesn't want that to happen. More than likely the street doesn't. The street likes like slow up grind. They don't like bubbles. I mean, they'll trade it, but they're already astroturfing that there isn't enough money to do this. They're trying to prevent that outcome in January right now. Right now that the astroturf is already on. If you guys heard like why the fuck would some asshole from Goldman Sachs tell you, systematics don't have money to chase that? Like, why are they telling me that? I'm a fucking pleb. I'm a nobody. So they're already astroturfing. There's no cash to do this. If there was no cash to do that, they wouldn't tell you. They're telling you that because they don't want that to happen. I don't want it to happen either, to be honest with you. I would prefer a sideways and down year. I would prefer like a sideways down year with some lows, kind of like a semi bear market. Maybe we come up and we're positive end of year. Some recovery. I'd like to cool it off a little bit too. I don't like the velocity where it's at all. I'm not a fan of it at all. Or another way to do it would be to jackknife us down straight into the spring. That would work too. And we did that inside of the years of 97, 8, 9, and 2000. But we did the squeeze first. Like what they did in 96, 97 was they really fucked us. Like, not fucked us, but so basically the 650 would be your base. And what they did was we came in here. We're supposed to have like a major correction. They squeezed us all the way to fuck up there. And then you had your year candle in here. And, you know, you have like, it was something like this. Oh, hold on, I'm doing this wrong. So it went like this. We came in January. So this would be like last year's candle. And we made this fucking huge up candle. And we like came up, swept all this shit down here, came back up, and then ramped it. And what the function of that was, it cleaned out the velocity. Like velocity repaired itself, and then we were fucking in a goddamn vertical crash up. I don't think we do that this time. It's a very low probability. It's like 5% chance. Very low probability. And the street likes the slow and steady. Like the fucking street just loves that grind. They love it. So you know, everybody makes money that way, right? But anyways, just so you can see it here, I think that Marco got it wrong. I think that Marco thought that this was 1. This was 2. This was 3. And Marco was like, we're gonna start plunging and crashing. But it wasn't. It was just a 1. This was the actual impulse, or it's not an impulse. Like it's some kind of like FOMO thing that happens as soon as you create the FOMO. We actually had 1, 2, and there should be 1 more. Usually it's 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, if this is the case, we come down. This one will break. And this will get fucking ugly. Like, it's going to be fucking messy in there. And this could be, too, why Larry Williams was calling for it, too. Like, Larry Williams started getting bearish, I want to say in here. He probably was counting this shit, too, as 1, 2, 3. If I had to guess, if you were to, like, see Larry, I'm betting he's counted this as, like, 1, 2, and 3. And he got scared, which he should, rightfully so. I can't say that... I got nothing against Marco or Larry calling that shit. I got no problem with it. I think it's logical to take your money and run in here anyways. He's going to laugh at the bank anyways, one way or another. Like, one way or another, Larry is right. That's going to happen. In my view, it is. Or it has the highest probability of happening. I should say that. So at this moment, it's the highest probability. Like the most probable outcome is either something like this, or something like this. The highest probability is this one. It's probably like, I give that like 50% and that 25%, 30% maybe, 45 over here. I think this is probably the lowest probability. Yeah, not even think. You just can go back to 2017 and you have less than a 20% chance of that happening. Something like that. It's like 15% chance maybe of prior instances. So it's extremely low. It could even be 5% chance if you were to track it over, like, I bet if you track this over even a longer period, it's even lower. It might happen, but you'd have to trade it. You'd have to like get underneath this shit, start making new lows, and then start looking down for that. Your most probable outcome is a trip to like 705. It'll be like this. Something like that. And this is actually a corrective move too. The only thing that I don't see is the early trade. I think that Miguel Agat said something about that. Like, don't expect 700 like right now. It would be like late month. He's like, it'll drag to get there. I'm with Miguel Agat on that for right now. Something like this. It could even be messy like this. You know who else talks about this is I think it's something like that. I think you got to break up there. And then we come back down here. Something like that, and then something like this. Something like this. And I understand what Gallagher's saying, or not. It wouldn't even be like that. It'd be something like this. So you break the first one right here. You could even go as low as that one, and then it's something like this. I don't disagree with this because I agree that these sellers are here. It's the same one, same assholes right here. Not high. Not high, but you beat it this time. You come up here and you're going to have a bunch of bears calling for, end of year crash. You'll hear that. You'll have that conversation. They'll sell it down and then, like, last minute, we'll go up there and just nail it. We should. You want to snip this, guys? You guys want to see this? You can actually see the low right there. You could even raise it a little bit and count this one. So be either one of these, be either this one or it would be this one. Kind of see it pick up right here. The daily trigger, you can see it, right? Daily trigger breaks above, back tests it successfully. And that's how you get your end of month ramp on daily velocity too. And then it just creeps right up there. Now, how about the other part of this trade? We likely have to watch for not a low here, but somewhere in the 5th if we start stalling. You start seeing like a second low over here, I'd be afraid. And also you probably have a couple more instances of this. So let's say we don't stall, but we come up here. We fail that, I'd be afraid. Any kind of failure in here, I'd be afraid. There's the 9th and 5th. I'd be afraid of that. I would not be a fan of that trade. I'd be very cautious in there. I guess I would be willing to buy that if you finally beat this one. Like if you finally beat that and you're above the daily trigger. This would signal an all go sign again. Your hourly would come up at some point, like right here. And that would be a good trade right there. And then, of course, you'd come back down. The fucking daily trigger, that hourly trigger. And this is the juice right here. I bet it's like 705. The shitty part about this too is I bet you'll have a bunch of FOMOers. Like you get just over 405, and everyone thinks that's a signal to go up. For like continuation in January. So like you get into January and you get people like, this would be like October 27th. So you get like a bunch of like, hey man, we're going to go up, bro. We're going to do this and that. We're going to trade 720. And you would just be selling calls to all these suckers at 720. 710s, 720s. I bet you we have a big ass gamma bar up there. And then by like, mid-February, we're fucking rolling down in OpEx, bloodbathing down. And everybody's shit's on fire again. It's the same like shit on fire here, same shit on fire here. And everybody's panicking. This time I think it would be a panicle. I would panic. Like everybody panic? Might be everybody panicking in here. Something like that. Unless something changes. But the setup is there to go up there and do that. Maybe we're wrong. I've been wrong before. We're still risk off here, so I haven't changed any of that. I don't think that this trade warrants anyone adding to SPY right now, unless you've been in the long for a long time. Like I wouldn't be buying like, or not SPY, but I wouldn't be like, this is the start of the new bull market. Fuck no. This is exit liquidity. So this is, if you get the last leg, it's definitely exit liquidity. We usually top like this too. It's not really like, this isn't anything that looks special to me. You know, like, and it's usually bumpy before. We don't have any like economic reason not to do this. We had great earnings back here. We have another earnings season coming up in January. So, and as a matter of fact, what's fascinating about this is that in January, we lowered expectations for this is Q3, Q4, and then we lowered them for Q1, and then we raised them again for like 2 and 3 of next year. So it'd be like a good way to like good topper, right? And then you like start pricing in, you know, hear all the noise that there's no way anyone's going to beat Q2 expectations. No way anybody's going to beat Q3 expectations. You blood this shit down. They beat, so they let it up for a little bit. Yeah, you beat. Awesome, bro. I think this is all a function of velocity. I don't think it's like anything like bad or anything. Anyways, if you disagree with this, that's fine. I can't say that. Like, we're definitely in risk off. There's no doubt about it. We're in risk off. But I wouldn't rule this out if you were a bear. I would not rule that out there. And you know, fucking, you know, I like Miguel Gat, man. He's like, Miguel Gat wants to see it roll too. I think the whole market wants to see it roll. I just, you know, like, you got to pay attention to this. This is the contra trade. This is I think we're all aware it's rolling. I get yelled at on Twitter about this shit. Like, they're like, bro, you're not a bull. Bro, we're going up. Bro, this and bro, that. And one more point here. You know, we took all this back on one good report. So it's not like people aren't short. It's that, you know, you want to see a fucking squeeze, man. Like, like this right here is a negative gamma squeeze. You can see it. You know, when you hear like sell the rip, it means more that you know, when you're in this negative gamma and rolling over stuff, these moves get violent. You know, they're like, and then it's like, you know, this is all orderly, right? Whammo. This is kind of down. It's kind of down. That wasn't as orderly. This isn't that as orderly. That was orderly. That was planned. So like when I like sell the rip, meaning we get violent. I would even expect this not to get violent, orderly. You whip up here, they're going to try to send it down again. They're going to try their best. Go up here, they're going to violently try to send it back down. You go up there, and whatever that is, more than likely is going to be fucking violence. Not only that, but you got another OPEX coming. You got an OPEX coming. You know, I don't doubt for a minute that OpEx is the 19th. So, I mean, just looking forward right here. They're going to be pissed, man. You can talk about something like that. There's 70. Fascinatingly, too, where's the idea for this is the expectation. Thank you. This is the expectation, right? So we're up here just fucking around down there, fucking around down there. Unless maybe everybody loads up 650 or lower. I guess that could suck us down. It's going to be fascinating to see we wind up tomorrow. On the roll. And not only that, Friday will be interesting too. So I got Friday here. This should be interesting. The reason I say that is, do we wind up here on Friday on 670 when the roll comes in? That would make sense for me at OpEx, believe it or not, in December. And then from December 19th to the 31st, you would see, 300 point move, like just vertical, melt straight up. All right. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm sorry to be so short, but I've been here doing this now for 2 weeks of nonstop. Last 2 weeks have been very, very challenging. I've been working like 18-hour days, like literally. I haven't seen my family. I got back from New York and I literally got home from the plane and I jumped in the chair and I haven't stopped since I got back. I've been eating shit and sleeping this stuff, and I realize how risky it is for a lot of you, and the danger and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that we're trying to top the market here brings on emotions and feelings and all that kind of stuff. And we're coming into the holidays. People are trying to get their trades wrapped up. And you have to also remember, too, that you're going to see these people disappear. I want you to remember this. There are people that are leaving tomorrow. You might not be, but a lot of people leave on vacation tomorrow. They do their shopping over the weekend. They start traveling on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the market's not going to move like this, more than likely. The market will not move like this violence, and the market usually will not happen in most scenarios. People shift into holiday mode, at least until we get back from Thanksgiving. But then we move back into that again on late December. Just be aware of that you know what, like we talked about this last week, where there's a lot of excitement around like OpExes and before holidays, and before you know it, just quiets down. You're gonna see like FinTwit quiet down. You'll see Wall Street Bets quiet down. You'll see StockTwits. You'll see everything. Webull, their communities. You'll see things begin to quiet down, and you'll see people placing their bets right now. They'll walk away tomorrow, while everybody else is like, oh my God, we're going to crash. And oh my God, we're going to the moon. And oh my God, we're going to do this and that. And you got to think about who those people are that are panicky, while the rest of the market is just, hey, I'm going to place my trade and I'm out of here. All I can see right now is that up move to 700, 705, somewhere in there. I don't see the roll yet in December. If it would avail itself, it would be a process into December 5th, in my view. I got to say a point here, too. A bloodbath down here does not make a roll in December. I got to tell you that it does not. It's the same thing as before. You need to see the second low to go risk off. You need to see the second roll to go down and start crashing. And if that happens, you're still going to you'll have time to sell it. You could see it up here, right? We went risk off over here, didn't we? It was right here we did. Right here we went risk off. And we've gone down since, right? So I've been right so far, right? Now, if you don't want to get long yet, you don't have to. You can wait until you go back into safety, which is what? Price hourly trigger, daily trigger, 2 back tests with a second new high. You do that, and it's easy street. Always easy street. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Sorry to be so crispy, but it's getting a little crispy. We've been really turning this on, and it doesn't slow down until probably tomorrow, or I think tomorrow it's the last day. So we'll recoup and rest and stuff. I won't. I have to go do some fucking shopping and stupid shit. So everybody's getting a little ruffled around the edges. Everybody's getting a little. You saw FOMO gangs like angry, right? Rightfully so. They're getting caught in everything, right? I missed this, then I'm caught in it, then I missed that, and I'm caught in it. So everybody's gonna get singed feathers or stuff like that. That should slide off as we enter next week. You should see people calm down a little bit. You'll see the busyness of the market slow down, and you'll see participants exit. And that's when the fucking bulls, the retailers, oftentimes take over and start ramping this shit. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. And I don't normally sit in the chair all day long. Normally, you guys see me come in for like 10 or 11 or 12. Last 2 weeks, I've been here every day at 9:30. So that's been a hard 2 weeks for me, too, as much as it's probably been for you guys. So just remember, if you're crispy around the edges, or if you're stressed, or you're tired, or you're not making money in the downside or whatever, you're not taking the downside trades, you got like a week of chill coming up. Things will get better. And you know where the sell points are. They're fairly easy to see. We knew this morning, that we're going to come down into that hourly trigger. There should be no reason why anyone was long. We looked for a dip to buy. It didn't avail itself. Nobody should have been long there. So nobody should be hurt here. I think that's all I got. I love all you guys. I want you to know that. All of you out there. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, okay?